ow, let's go.
Hello, hi everyone. I hope you're doing good. Hi Aura, congrats on being first and thank you so much for the sub. 38 months, it's such a long time. Customer Green as well, welcome. Perfect timing, nice, nice. I don't have my light on currently because I have a bit of a headache and I'm afraid it will make it worse. So my face is a little bit less lit than usual. But that's okay. You're gonna be watching the game mostly anyway, right? So who cares what I look like? But yeah, oh, well, I'm not even streaming the game right now, apparently. There we are. Oh, but yeah, we're playing more. Oh, it freezes when I do that. It looks just fine. That's it. Yeah, it's a little bit less lit, but it's fine. You can still see my face. It's fine. You know, it's a great cure for headaches. Copious amounts of voice acting. Yeah. Definitely. I'm sure that will go just fine. Hopefully. But yeah, so I did play a little bit yesterday. So we made a bit of progress. And we found this guy. Yeah, he was hidden in a safe. This guy, yeah. I mean, he seems to be like part robot or something. I don't know what he's been doing. His moves are very robotic as well, from what I remember. Distract yourself from the headache by giving yourself a sore throat. Yes. Though it might be that I then have a sore throat and a headache. But I mean, that's fine. Who cares? Victorian cyborg, he's got the aesthetic, yeah. I mean, it's a good aesthetic, honestly. Looks very fancy. Oh my god, or a 40 stream streak. Congrats. That's so many streams. So many streams. Yeah, let's ask him, because I'm pretty sure this is like the end of this part of the investigation as well. Can't be that much longer. So we'll probably be in court soon after again. So we've got to ask him some questions. What happened here? What on earth happened here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah. Well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over. Don't you worry, Trapper. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling? Ah, that would have been me. Oh. For some reason, I woke in a fine fettle today. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly, I must have a screw loose, though as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down. We also found a rope over by the wall. Kazoo and friends, thank you for the hydrate and welcome. I hope you're doing well. I'm sorry to hear about your headache. It's okay. It hopefully will pass over the course of the day. Or if it does get too bad, then I will probably like call it. But right now it's okay. I can, as long as I focus on something else, it's kind of like in the back of my mind, you know, like over here somewhere. I think it's like migraine-ish, but it's very minor at the moment, so theme slaps so hard it does. It's a very good theme. So hopefully it doesn't become a full-blown migraine. As long as I'm careful, I think it should be fine. We'll just have to rest a lot after the stream again. I slept very well yesterday, which helps. Which is probably why it didn't escalate too much right now. The theme is called A Link Between Science and Magic, for obvious reasons, yeah. I like this guy as well, like, I like a lot of the aesthetic of the characters and the themes and everything. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So, I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. Wind, hello. I hope you're well. And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe. Having first set this parcel ticking. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. Fair. He's generally thought to be one of the best witness characters in the story. Ooh. Looking forward to it then. Got a death wish, have ya? Hiding right beside a ticking time bomb. Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely. But again, how would have... Yeah, exactly, Cesaro. How would he have gotten back out again? But once you'd climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. Oh, okay, maybe there's an inside latch? Ah, yeah, okay. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Ah, so it is. I had always intended to blow this place to smithers in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. I'm glad you're well, Wind, and I'm sure I will feel better soon. It's nothing too bad, nothing too serious. Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up? No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? You just wanted to blow up the workshop, I imagine. Blow the evidence. Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. Yeah, except... Mr. Herlock Sholmes was so bright as to think it was an anti-gravity device at first and then forgot about it. And then we had to disarm it like seconds before it went off. I calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. Nobody expects Sherlock Holmes, nope. Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face, besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? No, I think he's staring at you because it's your fault, Sherlock. I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the 2 incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Harebrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to. That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the professor. Clad in a mask, with the lock so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection. After all, that's enough. What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well... Dr. Scythe again. So the forensic investigation team are here. And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. I still don't quite trust her. Like, she has a tendency to show up in places to stop us from actually finding key information. And she's been involved in a lot of these things as well. Which, I mean, is because she's the head coroner, but still, I don't know. Plus, when we went over to her office, wasn't her daughter, like, really creepy or something? Wasn't she like, can I cut these off up? Was that her daughter? I don't know. I don't trust her, is what I mean. Plus there was the, what was it? The order of like 500 scalpels or something? That's sus. 500 a month, I think it was. Which is like, how do you need that many scalpels? That's still stuck in my brain. I don't know why. It's probably related in some way. Like, they don't just mention that. You only ever need 499? Exactly. Who needs 500s? And why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once. My dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe? Hello, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe? If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell. You get out. But, of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes, let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I said, get out now, all of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Understood. I'll just say one more thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here, but this lot disarmed. Inspector. Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Drebber? Oh, so sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one. Huh? What do you... That one? You mean... Uh-oh. TikTok. Oh. Well. Well, there goes the device, I guess. It was an hour later that we heard the news. Are the police officers okay? Of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. Are the people okay? There were people there. What about the people? Are they not important? They're like, well, the invention was blown away. But the people are also dead, but I mean, the invention was more important. I don't know. Well, back to court. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. Why, naturally, a true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Thank you, I really appreciate it. I'll see you later, then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in court today. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but My dear fellows, I must interject. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction? Sorry, I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Herlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclaim, arose at some ungodly hour to be here right now. First thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree. Well, if I must agree, then... As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred. Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I am the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Sorry to get in. Oh, it's Gregson. Inspector Gregson, good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? I don't know. Poor Professor. Poor guy, why does he get insulted? So rude. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report. Oh. Okay. From 10 years ago? That mass murderers? Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy. He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. He was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. Okay. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Okay, well, what does it say? Condemned prisoner, redacted for confidentiality. Yeah, of course. So they don't have his real name in there. Pseudonym, the professor. Or is he probably he, right? Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. Courtney Stevens. Okay. Sure, that's gonna be useful at some point. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given it to us. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Those lowly lot at the yard are just doing what we can. In the shadow of the great detective Sholmes, of course. Aw. Gregson. Well then, Professor Harebrain, this is it. Today we're going to lay this all to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose you'll be in there today, will he? Jabber? Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. Red herring evidence could be really interesting if done right, you think? True. True. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel and the defendant, the trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Okay. This is it then. Final chapter. Funny. My heart's racing a little. I mean, the final chapter of this of this case, I guess. Zelda, hello. Welcome. I mean, good luck is always good, right? Good luck is always good. I've not felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding. As if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. That's my head? It's okay. It's okay. Like, the headache is there, but as long as I keep focused and don't think about it too much, it's fine. I do need to keep drinking, that's true. Thank you for the hydrate. Need to keep hydrated. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed? Oh, right. He's here too. The prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zieks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. So, the other person, Zelda, we think is Kazuma. Do you remember Kazuma, the guy that died very early on? Our friend? The one whose sword we have? So apparently his body was never discovered. And now this guy, this masked person, who we think, like Susato and Naruhodo think might be him, because of the way he presents himself. But he doesn't remember anything. He's apparently got memory loss, he doesn't talk much. So we don't know, but I'm pretty sure it's Kazuma. Because everything lines up. But then what does that mean? That he's not dead? But if he doesn't remember anything, can we make him remember? Do we have to hit him on the head to make him remember? Or maybe give him his sword. Maybe that will help. I don't know. Maybe something like that. If I may, Lord Van Zieks. Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah, yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. Oh, nice sword. He's still got his sword skills. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. So extra, yeah. I mean, you have to have faith in the guy. He could cut Van Zieks' head off right there. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves. It couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia. But there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but... oh, this is so very hard. It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Well, yeah, thanks to who, Judge? Who did all the work, really, huh? It was us? Well, and the doggo. The dog did most of the work, to be fair. Toby the dog deserves all the medals. All of the medals. Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do so despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick. It is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Any freak scientist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me. We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence, and, then settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zieks. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Oh. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case. The super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons. It was what? An explosion? This is an outrage. Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. I have here a photographic print of the scene taken in the wake of the explosion. Is Waluigi juror number 3? No, I don't think it's Waluigi. It shows what little remains of the machine. Yes, a terrible business. But there's a hole in the ground now. So that kind of proves that it could have opened up and the thing could have fallen inside. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Drebber. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. The metal floor of the stage has been blown open by the explosion. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. Let me actually look at this. I don't think there's much I can look at. I mean, the most important part to me is that it's just a gaping hole into the abyss. Right below. Like, why would that be the case if it wasn't meant to drop something or like let something lower into the ground? You wouldn't hollow it out for no reason. But I already suspected that anyway, so as such, this will become a very different trial. Very different, huh? As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. No, you cannot. You cannot be certain of that. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control.
Objection!
As Lord Van Zieks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Asman. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Thank you, counsels. The position of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zieks, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. Ah, here we are. Oh, not the greatest of stats, but yeah, it could be worse, exactly. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation. Hard to pin down, I would say. Yes, why do I feel like I've seen that before? Oh, here too, I had the same feeling. Oh no, that Conant int is, yeah, that's not great. You have charisma. At least you sound convincing even though you're not smart. That's something. It's charisma? The last stat. I always thought it was chance. Oh no, it's charisma. Strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, charisma. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Leave it from your mind. It definitely has some link to the trial, so I'm not gonna cleave it from my mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago? Because what I think is that he used the waxwork model as like the second body in the second cage. Because they needed two bodies in the cages. Right, one cage in the balloon, which was probably the waxwork model. The other cage in the experimentation stage that had the guy in it. What was his name? Asman? Then as the explosion happens, like there's a cloud of smoke, experimentation stage thing drops, like the floor opens up, thing drops in, closes again, so it looks like he vanished. Then the balloon pops with the other cage in it, explode, right? The other cage falls down with the wax doll in it into the tower, and then they get swapped at some point. I don't know how, but something like that. So the murder of the guy must have taken place within the experimentation stage. Like it must be hollow inside, which makes sense with the picture we saw, right? Because he got stabbed after it fell down. With the screwdriver. Because there's blood on there. But the question is who would have stabbed him? Because it wasn't the guy, because he was in full view all the time. It wasn't the professor himself, right? The scientist guy. And it couldn't have been Drebber either, because he was in the crowd shooting the crossbow. So there must be an accomplice. Maybe I'm thinking too far ahead. Maybe I'm way ahead of Discord. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago? You're spoiling the endgame, stop it, I know, I'm sorry. The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Trapper, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Also, our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that is all. Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. Oh. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious. Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection!
But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
Bona fide as in, like, real? That it was, like, an actual thing that happened? It's like, I don't actually know where it came from, bona fide. Yeah, it's basically just, it's a real thing. But more of a, like, exaggeration, I guess? You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of staged trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. But... Like the French government? As in the French government is real? Or do you mean that the French government exaggerates a lot? We've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. Okay. I'm still wondering how everything is linked to the professor's killings as well, 10 years ago. Because it's all sus. It's real but a parody of itself. Fair, yeah. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? That line is very sus. All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. A body double? That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't, it's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in a performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Incidentally. Well, so we know as well that this piece of broken glass was found in the folds of the waxwork of the professor, which this is the head of, that was also found in his workshop. So body double is immediately like plausible with this, right? We know that the waxwork was at the Crystal Tower, the tower at that day, which is why the glass was there. The prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman has no twin siblings. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talent do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. Trolls, hello. Hugs to you as well. I hope you have a wonderful day. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of science? Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. You've got this. Press everything as usual. Hold it! So you were already acquainted with Mr. Asman himself? Not really. By chance, I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. So why did Mr. Asman approach you in particular then? Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention excellence in fraud. Introduction / first take with at the hospital about if you have ADD or ADHD, but they say it will not start with before autumn at least. Yeah, waiting lines can be quite long, like the waiting lists. But at least autumn is not too bad. It's like half a year. That's okay. It sucks to wait, it always does, but at least it's not too bad. In France, you waited 3 years for your appointment. Yeah, some waiting lists are super long. It really sucks. You have no start date, it was just that it wouldn't start before that. Yeah, but it probably wouldn't be too late after that. Like probably if they say autumn, then it might be like late autumn or maybe early winter is when I would assume, unless they really stretch things out again, but who knows. Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct a machine according to the blueprints I was given. In other words, the Kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. Yes, you might say that. Professor Harebrained certainly has a mind like no other. Hold it! It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic. However, the more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. And who did that, Drebber? So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? It appears that the Kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. And there's nothing left of that device either, not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear. You must have planned all this from the outset. You happy that you're now in the process of things? Yeah, it's always good to have like a line that you're following instead of just, you know, just flailing about. Knowing that you should do something but not really having a thing to wait for or know that's going to happen. Even just knowing that there's at some point going to be an appointment where you can find out more is good. Even if the waiting sucks. In any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick. Really? Hold it! Is it? course, that's it. Mr. Asman was a twin.
Objection!
Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. No, I heard you before, but the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. ADD is basically the same thing, yeah. Technically, both fall under the same thing. Well, technically now ADD is ADHD, and it just encapsulates both. Technically, ADHD isn't used anymore in the actual field. They use ADD for everything because it's broader, I guess. It's a spectrum. I think because ADHD had the hyperactivity in it, and they didn't want to always. Not all people have that, and so they just call it ADD instead, all of the time. It's like with the autism spectrum, where they used to have a couple of different ones, and now it's all ASS, autism spectrum disorder, ASD rather. ASS is the Dutch name for it. It just encapsulates the multiple possibilities within that same, I guess, mental thing. I don't know what to call it. There's hyperactive, inattentive, and mixed. Yeah, exactly. And then within those, there's of course a wide spectrum as well of like people having different symptoms and that type of thing. But yeah, it's all complicated. Mental things are very complicated. The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Sythe absolutely ruled out that possibility. Trinity, hello. I hope you're doing good. I watched some of your videos today. I like the very chill vibe of the explanations. It's nice. They're very nice to just have on when I'm eating or something, because I don't have to pay a lot of attention. It's just like a chill thing to listen to. Yeah, it's no problem. I do like watching D&D stuff every now and then anyway, so I don't mind giving some support to someone that also gives me support in some ways. You know? On Dungeons and Dragons, Zelda. It's beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to that fact. So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh no, nothing. Just the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads.
Hold it!
Crashed head first, you say? According to the many witness reports from those there at the time, yes. Head first, you say? Head first, huh? But then what is this? This definitely did not crash head first. Interesting. I have played it, Trinity. I have played it. I played it for quite a while. It was good. I like it. It's like Act 3 was a little bit at points you could see that there was some technical difficulties in Act 3 every now and then, or like writing that was a little bit off. But considering the scale of the game, that makes a lot of sense. Bugs and glitches, but hopefully all of those are mostly fixed at this point. Have to go check out the VOD. Oh, you can, yeah, there should be VODs on my channel. I don't know when it was not long after it came out, pretty sure. Modern D&D flirting sim? Yeah, that's basically it. Except I didn't do a lot of flirting because, well, I'm asexual and I don't really do that stuff generally, so even in game. According to the many witness reports from those there at the time, yes. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds that day? He probably says he's not. Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes, the birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower. Okay, so first he was like, oh, I wasn't there, and then we were like, we found this at the scene. He's like, okay, maybe I was there. Like, dude, really? Who was your favorite companion? Karlak? I mean, it has to be. I liked... I mean, Karlak the most. I liked Shadowheart as well. Will was okay. Who else did I touch? My brain is not working. The headache doesn't make this any better. But yeah, favorite would be definitely Big Karlak. In the end, I helped Karlak out. Well, helped. Then we basically started playing Doom together, going into the Demon Realms. And who was your least favorite, and why was it the Astarion? So I think I might have been okay with the Astarion, but I kind of messed it up. So he kind of ran away. And never saw him again, so I don't know if I would have liked him or not. First impressions weren't great. Apparently he didn't like it that I told his location to this bounty hunter guy that was after him. Apparently he didn't like that. I don't know why. You always do different characters for the paper RPGs. You can do characters your exact opposite. Yeah, I can do that, but I generally try to have a character that's somewhat similar to how I would act sometimes. Like when I'm playing Baldur's Gate, The first thing I do is make a character that's somewhat similar to me. Makes decisions that I would probably make, but not quite, you know, it's a little bit off. And then later on I'll start doing different things. But I tend to start with what I'm familiar with. What a surprise. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you have come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the papers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver belonging to believed to belong to the defendant. And he had broken vertebrae as a result of the fall from a considerable height. Word. You have a bad memory of Gale from the beta, and sadly it's stuck in your head. Oh, poor Gale. I mean, Gale broke for me. I don't know if you remember that. Because Gale has the, like, feeding on magic items thing. And it broke for me, so that I could basically infinitely give him magic items. And he would just eat everything. And then if I stopped feeding him things, he would cry about it and be like, "You didn't give me anything. How could you be so bad?" Even though I gave him like 20 magic items. It was really bad. I don't know how I glitched that out, to be honest. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at the level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. You miss paper RPGs? Yeah, they can be really fun. Also exhausting at times. Sometimes I have too many of them. I was actually glad that one of my campaigns went on hiatus for a bit. For a couple of weeks. Gives me some time to breathe and rethink stuff. Gale has a black hole in him for food. He did for me. Because normally you're supposed to, you give him one magic item and then he's like, okay, that's good. I'm happy with that. And then you do that like 3 times or something, and then he's like, okay, I don't need any anymore because it's not working or something like that. But then for me it broke and he still asked for more for some reason. So I had to keep him in the camp until I found a way to fix him, basically. Because otherwise he was just going to keep complaining about stuff. You never get far in the game because you always talk about something else. Oh, right. Yeah, sorry. I mean, eventually we'll get through it. I'll try to focus on the game. So let me...
Objection!
Do this. We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the woods are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? That's the opposite of where they should be. Objection. Oh, he talked about the paper RPGs, not my stream, right? I mean, it's both true right now. Because I keep playing the game and then talking about something else and I'm playing the game. It's kind of the same thing, really. You never do that in Matt's campaign? No, definitely not. It's not like you keep going somewhere instead of, like going somewhere else instead of the actual plot destination, which you've been meaning to go to for like probably 2 months now or something. You've been like, oh yeah, we're going over there. But first, let's do this thing. And then this. Oh, and then there's this cool thing that happens. Oh, okay, then we go over there. And then it's... and then you get back on track and you find something else to get distracted by. I think every one of the D&D characters has ADD. They can't keep focused on one particular thing. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were 2 birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of staged trickery. Grr. I don't know what is like sound would be. You love this game series. It's very dramatic and I do love it as well, where it's just like the characters being dumb sometimes as well, and it's just so fun in general. Like the character designs, the music, everything is so dramatic, but also so good. Explain yourself, witness. Well, if we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower. But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. The birdcage materialized into the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage following a spontaneous explosion at an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters. It then proceeds to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness report amidst such chaos are notoriously unreliable. But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection!
Oh my god, objection! 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 He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find 1 or 2 of his vertebrae crushed. Oh? A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only 1 vertebra, actually. It wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zieks. This witness is clearly a swindler and one who deceived a personal friend of his. You're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here. Ah, yes, and there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. The deal obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. love the objection pinked one, yeah. Darius, hello. If you've never seen the Ace Attorney live action Japanese movie, you should. It's literally a perfect rendering of the games. Oh, I should watch that then. That sounds amazing. A live action movie is exactly what Ace Attorney needs. Okay, what is this? Seems to me that this cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with the details of this truth. Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically, after all. Ah, I nearly had him. Oh? You okay there? The Ace Attorney stage plays are also fantastic. I'm sure they are. The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. Hold it! What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yes, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Asman on the experimentation stage, that's true. And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. That difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower. A trenchant scientific analysis. Derby, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible. Oh yes, it's all very well thought out. Yeah, I'm sure it is. Certainly all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean. Irritatingly, yes. Objection! Objection! This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down into the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No. Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord, of course. You will indicate the place to which you're referring on the same diagram. The alternative location from which the birdcage could possibly have fallen the requisite 30 feet. Right? There. Take that! Inside of the thing. That's what I've been saying all along. The place I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, counsel. Van Zieg's growling no, like he isn't relieved at this revelation, yeah. He actually wants you to figure it out. but he has to pretend as if he doesn't, which is interesting. It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's at about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Oh god, the white flashes are not doing my headache any good. Please, game, have mercy. Once again, my lord. This all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Gotta have an accessibility option to reduce the flashing. Oh, that would be nice. Luckily, it doesn't do too many flashes. I am photosensitive as well, Zelda, but it gets worse if I'm having like a headache or something like that, right? Migraine. Like I was watching AGDQ yesterday, the speedrunning event, and they were speedrunning Mario and Luigi. What was it? Which one was it? I don't remember which one. It was one of the Mario and Luigi games, and they were doing some kind of glitch. Superstar Saga, yeah, I think so. And they were doing some kind of glitch where the whole screen would like become like a garbled mess of like bad data, basically. You know what I mean, right? The visuals become all like the not static necessarily, but all the like things go in the wrong place and blah blah blah. And sometimes I actually had to look away because it just became like this crazy mess of things for just a bit of a probably like 5-10 seconds or something. It sounds awful even without photosensitivity. Yeah, to me that sounds awful to speedrun as well because you have to pay attention to the visual cues through that mess. Like, they have to actually look through the mess and still see, like, Mario or Luigi or some kind of visual cue that they're pressing the right buttons at the right time. It's like, dude, really? I couldn't focus on that shit. I couldn't focus on that. Yeah, I don't think they warned for it, which they really should have during AGDQ. They should have had a warning before the section where like, oh, after this, be careful, there's gonna be like a lot of glitching and stuff, so if you're sensitive to that, you know, be careful. But they didn't really do that, as far as I'm aware. It wasn't too bad. No, I think Zelda meant warn. I think there was a typo. Since the M is right next to the N. But yeah, that was a bit of a side tangent, but that hurt my brain a bit as well, that stuff. I kept having to look away. No. Oh no, Zelda. It's okay. Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone. Yeah, really? Didn't you look at the picture earlier, Judge? Did no one... Was no one like, huh, it's odd that there's a void there. Like, that's like the center of the image. That literally no one... What the heck? Judge, you admitted this as evidence. Did you not look at it? What the heck? It's easy to forget to warn if you're used to that kind of thing. I guess so, yeah. But the event should have had to taken that into consideration, I guess. Because it's a big event. They should have things in place for that, I guess. I don't know. I'm not sure how it works. The judges are some of the most clueless humans in gaming, yeah. Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Mr. Drebber. It was you who built the kinesis machine. Which means that it was you who built the 2 bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference. Because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Asmon's life. And lay the blame firmly at the Professor's door. Something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Grr. Wow. Why the noise is always...
Objection!
Oh. Objection, I have to pour some wine. If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions... What a waste. The prosecution would like to crush the defense's arguments slowly, but surely. Oh, is this going to be one of those things where he's going to point out a bunch of stuff, the jury is going to eat it all up, they're like, and then they all say guilty, and then they have to take it all apart again. Right? I know how this game works at this point. Was that really necessary just for the pun? It always is necessary, apparently. Your argument fails to hold water, just like the wine glass that you just broke. Yes, Zeeks. On 2 counts. 2? Firstly, before and after the experiment, the witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that. Okay. Well, what does that have to do with anything? And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty of every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages. Well, yeah, but I've already... I mean, I guess Van Zieks doesn't know this, but earlier, when I was doing my whole thing, I said that he had an accomplice. So yeah, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity, that's correct. His accomplice probably had.
Objection!
But considering what he just said, I've already explained why you wouldn't have needed to. Nonsense with the crossbow. That doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. No, they're not, Van Zieks, please. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. Well, that just makes me think that they're in on it. Fanzigs. Is that what he's getting at? Is that why he's so adamant about this? Or does he not know? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Van Zieks knows a little bit and is trying to get us to realize it, or if he's just clueless and is trying to assert this. The official story is, yeah, they're the same guy. Yes. But that's the official story by the forensic investigation team. Which is led, I'm pretty sure, by the coroner, right? What's her name? I've already forgot her name. Scythe, right? Who I don't trust. So, I mean, maybe I should have more trust, but I don't know. This is all too sus, really. It's very sus. On the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? Oh. Okay. I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Van Zieks? The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. Sorry about that. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. 30%, certainly very favorable contractual conditions. But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Interesting. Okay. So if money is not the motive, then what is? Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. Short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. Wow. Drebber, Van Zieks, handshake. I love making stupid puns, yeah. Seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. No, it's not at all. It's not at all wide of the mark. It doesn't prove anything. That in the contract, he wouldn't have had a reason to. Like, we've already stated that it was definitely possible, but that there's no reason for him to do so. Or at least in the contract. Doesn't mean there isn't a reason at all to do it. If Trevor had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. It's true. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo, and I've no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too. Well, yeah, it's undeniable that there was a hole in the floor. It's undeniable that the cage fell from that hole. with the guy in it. The problem is that then how was the other one set up? And who switched the bodies? Like, it's literally under... They haven't, like, disproven that argument of, like, why was the stage hollow if it didn't drop in there? Right? Let me look at this contract. Investor Mr. Odie Asman hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. Shortest contract I've ever seen. I mean, short and sweet, right? I guess. Nice signatures. A bridge contract, yeah. I like the swirls in Asmon's. He likes the swirlies. Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Ka. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit,
Objection!
he says, smiling like a crazy person. At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only one birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been two. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. As I said, like, what, half an hour ago? Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection!
An accomplice now? Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come? Now that you're accusing not only this witness but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Oh god, am I going to accuse who I think I'm going to accuse? I mean, it's the one person I've been sus of. I guess I'm gonna have to do it. I'm sure it's fine. Well, counsel, you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter. What do I do here? At the moment, this is a little more than a hunch on my part. Yep, it is. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, or even if he's really the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear as a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? I will name the accomplice. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Oh no. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue. I like that he points you in the right direction there, even though I had already been pointed in that direction. Counsel, my lord? You've received a Stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. Answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice? Okay, let me save, just in case. Just in case. It's always good to have a backup save, right? It is Courtney Scythe.
Take that!
The name of the person is... What's wrong, Winnipenny's friend? Surely fear does not bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course, I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. The fact that it's unique dialogue makes me think I'm right. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it will be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mrs. Ado. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Counsel, now. The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe. What the blazes are you talking about? Dr. Scythe? The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim. We know there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in that team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. This is fine. You've got nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the yard's name through the mud. I didn't mean to. I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. Dead room worker? Okay. How dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. Rio returns to court and immediately starts going after corruption in the system again. Oh yeah. And then gets banned again, probably. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? Oh my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What? Certainly, if the birdcage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must also have contained a body. And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman. That's true. My argument is that there were 2 bird cages. Well, we already know. It's the wax thing. The wax person. I don't know if I've got an answer to this, have I? Present evidence. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns. By presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double. Good gracious, evidence? Do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage. which means that any witnesses would only have seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of the explosion? Aha! The body double inside the second birdcage was the waxwork person. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in a birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on the stage, and therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower. Yes, Counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. God, he's so nervous about this, which is fair, because this theory is so ridiculous. But it is the truth as well, so that... Yeah, it's weird. This is so elaborate, it's insane. Thank you, Mrs. Addo, I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there. Oh, we actually put it back together. Okay. How did we even move that over there without them being like, wait, what are you doing? Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
You started by indicating the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicting waxworks? Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? Looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? So stupid. If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. What? Just days before Professor Harebrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tuspel's. Did you say abducted? And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then the timing... Is this true, Mr. Drebber? He's squirming. At first I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman. Go!
Objection!
He defied the laws of science just to commit psychological warfare against Fanziques. Yeah. Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide? Oh, and then they're going guilty, right? Wait. Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord, I need to speak, if you please. Yep, here I go. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your learnings for the court to hear now.
Guilty!
There we go.
Guilty! Guilty.
Guilty.
Albert is over in the dog thinking there was no need to call me wretched. Yeah. Poor Albert. So yeah, that is exactly what I was expecting. I know this game too well now at this point. They use the same like beats basically in a lot of the cases. Sometimes I'm a little bit off on when they happen, but they use the same beats. So as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. I knew that was going to happen. Yep, I did. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual, and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Oh, I like that he already knows. We didn't even request it. He's like, yeah, they're just gonna ask for it again, aren't they? I'm just gonna give it to them. He knows. The first couple of times he's like, oh my god, you're doing that old thing again? And now it's been so much that he's like, yeah, okay, get it over with. Just do the thing, I guess. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged. Okay, what are they going to say? Why does it start with 6? Interesting. I've known that woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice to anything. It's utter nonsense to think that those two would ever be conniving with one another. Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I've had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. Accusing someone without right evidence? He's not a proper job, is he? I won't have it. The jury system here was done in the Layton crossover first, so you wonder if this is an early guilty vote mechanic. This early guilty vote mechanic is also in there. I don't know now. Maybe. You want juror number 2's dress? She looks very fancy, yeah. Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friends the temerity at suggesting it was as Mr. Asmund's the body double. I can't talk. Lay, hello. I eep? You eep? Are you going to have a nap play? Is that what you mean? Your applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary, but that's the point. You the Eeper? What does it mean? What does it mean? Lay! Oh my god, thank you so much.
Oops.
Thank you for the 12 months. I really appreciate it. It's almost a full year. I mean, technically 12 months is a full year, but it's the start of the 12th months, so it's not been quite a full year. Oh, thank you so much. That's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? But I've been hanging around often enough, might as well throw you some money at you. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. You know you don't have to. I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used. Why it had to be this model. Yeah, that is curious. Like, why that model? Why the professor? Really, a reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced. It's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Agreed. I'll have to find a way out of this. You fell down into the snow on your way home? Oh no. Did you fall on your butt? Don't fall on your butt, Lay. At least the snow is... I mean, it's cold, but it's not like ice, right? On your belly? Oh no. It's not hard. But at least it's a soft fall. I think I'll go now, brain stuff. Yeah, that's okay, Zelda. You take care. And thank you for being around. It was a sheet of snow on the street. Okay, so maybe not soft then. Maybe not that soft. It's like, what's it called? Packed together snow. 5-stream streak, nice. Congrats. If you're ready, Counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination. Okay. So the first guy said he had known her for years, which I'm interested in. A lot. I've known that woman for years.
Hold it!
The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason. Interesting. Yeah, I like that. I like that he actually mentions that he's like, oh, it's weird that number 6 speaks first, but sure. I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when it must. What's wrong with that? Where do I start? I've been working at the yard for 40 odd years. 40? Wow. It's even more than I thought. We've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime, and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And win we did. Forensic science was in its infancy too. Even more than it is now. And she spearheaded the revolution. What the scythe, you mean? That's right. About 10 years ago now it was. When I was still a youngest Bobby on the beat. 10 years ago, hmm? That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. Now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team. And a woman, no less. Of course. Girl boss, yeah. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell ya. Could you tell me without holding the gun in the air? We were all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of him we were, full of him. That's coming across loud and clear. Okay. Oh. Okay, well, we'll come back to that. Dial back the vim just a bit, yeah.
Hold it!
But we're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir? The man behind those murders on Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you. That's really not relevant to this case, is it? You're wrong there. The because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies, and it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible. Oh. That's right. Oh. That woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh. Thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. Okay.
Hold it!
Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True, as it stands, we don't know of any connection. Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork. My assumption is that all of this is related to the murder by the professor 10 years, or the death of the professor rather, 10 years ago. But there's something going on there. That's why I was interested in when the copper, the juror number 6, said 10 years ago specifically, but he didn't actually go into it more than that, which is annoying. Romantic? A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know. Any specific guesses/theories? Well, we know that, let me actually go to people here, because I keep forgetting names. We know that Enoch Drebber himself found, or was in the graveyard when the professor got resurrected, which was later proven false, I guess? And considering she was working in the field then, she might have been related to that case too. And if they're both related to that case, then using the waxwork of the professor might have some implications within that as well. That, I don't know, that they both know who the professor is, or like was? I don't know. I don't have a specific theory, but there's... I'm pretty sure that case from 10 years ago links these two. Do I have the... interesting thoughts. I mean, they are interesting, that's for sure. Like, what I assume is, well, if she was working 10 years ago, maybe she changed her name since. Maybe she's Courtney Stevens as well. I don't know. That might be far-fetched. Wait, I haven't inspected this, have I? This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide. Never seen anything like it. If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin, wow. There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, as you well know. It can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely. I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of that great structure. And also to hear people theorize about the game. Yeah, I love theorizing about the game, so that's nice. I don't have any other stuff that I'm like... I know that this camera is important as well. Because that was around the waxwork. And it has blood on it. Which is curious as well. If that's the actual camera that was used during that time, But all of this is related, but I don't know how. I don't know how it's related. Well, you learn something new every day. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and his coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough. I agree. As soon as we even have a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. Okay, well that's something we'll have to come back with, too, at least. I have my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. Fair. What sort of problems? Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot... No, he probably would say artistes, right? Artistes such as myself could appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners and the like. But the police uses any excuse to make our lives difficult. Oh, okay.
Excuse me.
There we go. Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermall? Wait, why did we call him Mr. Ottermall? Naruhodo, please. Don't call him that. Or are you calling a mass murderer? Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him. I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny? Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on? Ah, God. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do. Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this. What was it like, sir? We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then. Respected you? No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. A coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. Okay. That name is on the professor thing. Okay, we're getting there.
Hold it!
He was the best of the best. Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Ah, sorry. Got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name. Oh my god. It's exactly what I said as well. And I was just throwing it out there as like a what if thing. Nice. Her maiden name? That was before she was married. Ah, of course, yes. Silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it? Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Yeah, we just looked at it in Inosuke. Point is, those were the great days of policing, not like now. Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name? Well, yes, I don't see why not. Okay. Okay. But what do we do with that? Courtney Stevens. Okay, well, we should press the other ones as well.
Hold it!
Did you claim the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick? That I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there? Sorry? I grant you, given that this case appears from amidst an explosion, there'd have been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim. I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. The point is, if you're going to make a claim about the waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science. I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. That perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. But the waxwork... yeah, I think so. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir. Oh. I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. Though given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here. So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. It's a piece of broken glass.
Take that!
What's that? A piece of glass? Though it's unusually thick for glass. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass though, it's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower. Holy smoke. Samit, hello, welcome. Exactly, the centerpiece of the great exhibition where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass. From whence this small piece originated. Is that it? Precisely. So what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you. Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. Nice. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please. Okay, so then we can... I think we just pin these. Because I showed the piece of glass and that's evidence and she wants evidence. So.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, counsel? If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. Oh, you mean me? You've pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence, but the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the jurors sitting beside you. Oh, is that right? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be fair. To be honest, rather. Of course you don't. If I could interject here. Please do, sir. Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further. Oh, nice. Okay, that's one. Well, me too then. Sorry? If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See? I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears. Okay, well, good. Simple enough. Success, if you can call it that. Okay. God. I'm gonna have to save now because I'm not entirely certain. I'm assuming...
Objection!
that. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. To whose statements do you refer, Counsel? I admit I'll have to put some evidence in here as well, but... So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you? I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But, oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean. Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. My goodness, evidence, you say? How utterly enthralling. Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The autopsy report.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have? It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. The Professor? But the man was a capital offender, so... That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my, Courtney Stevens? Strike a light. It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tuspel's. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor's case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. Nice, okay. Does the police officer also go? Quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. It wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end. Nice. Okay. Let's get Dr. Scythe to the stand. Basically. I mean, I don't know if we'll immediately call her over, but probably, right? Thank you, counsel. That will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now call guilty against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time, and the trial must continue. We did it. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory. Nice. A waxwork of the despicable professor, used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation. It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't. The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony. If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. Oh, okay. Okay, that works. The owner? Madame Tuspels. I really thought that Lord Van Zieks would object to this whole line of inquiry. No, no, Van Zieks wants this. Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect. Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? You should know that you are on the brink of opening Pandora's box. Okay. Okay, Van Zieks. Okay, interesting. Court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon a new witness and prepare her for taking the stand. Madame Tuspels, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord. Also very pretty, yeah. She is pretty good looking. I haven't played this game, just the original Ace Attorney trilogy, so it's all new. Yeah, same. It's all new to me as well. I like this one though. They can be a bit lengthy, the cases. But I like it. Ah, the knight errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. Only half as pretty as Fidelity. Oh, stop. Not that pretty. Pokekick, hello. You pretty well. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. Doing fine? That's good. I'm glad to hear it. I have to ask, what on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? Doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor... When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? I have heartfelt sympathies. As it turns out, Lord Van Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dark. And now, a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. You may end up very confused later in the game. Oh god. Things get pretty crazy like any other anime game, yeah. Things can get very insane. I mean, I feel like things go crazy in a lot of the Ace Attorney games, but definitely a lot going on in this one. And everything seems to be connected, which is even like more insane, because it's a span of 2 games technically. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes, in what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Trevor, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zieks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Yes, in fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Though, that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other. Aw, poor Albert. Imagine dipping in and out in the last case of the third AA game, you come back in and suddenly what's even going on anymore? True. Thank you for the hydrated posture check, Trinity. They just keep upping the ante, that's for sure, yeah. Excuse me. Oh, it's her, okay. Dr. Scythe. Ah, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Nay, Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. So no assumption then. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you, as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. I don't know about that. I think if we push it hard enough, and considering Van Zieks' own relationship to the case, I think he will just be like, you know what? No, we're summoning her. Lumen, thank you for the hydrate and posture check as well. I hope you're doing good. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. Okay, well she's coming back. Angry AF, Lumen not function. Oh no, get food. Get snacks. Waiting on steak to be ready? Ooh. Well, at least you'll have steak soon then. You smell it just makes the hunger worse. True. True. You'll get there, Lumen. You can hold it out. You can hold it out until the steak is ready, I believe. You might have broken a plate. Oh no. In your hanger. Don't do that. She mentioned it too, this Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it to or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter. Whatever may come to pass. Okay. Can I get back to work? Have a good one then, Trinity. Good luck with work. Oh, no problem. You accidentally dropped it on your toesies, so you kicked it accidentally, of course. Oh. Oh, that's a shame. Poor plate. Did nothing wrong. Except hitting your toes, I guess. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good. I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. Oh, I want caramel now. Damn it, Sholmes. Caramel is great. Why do you have to do this? I want a bar of caramel. Was that a dark pun talking about dogs when this is wrapped up with the professor case? And not a pun, just wordplay. Yeah, maybe don't do that, considering the whole professor case thing would be rough. You know, dyslexia reads shameless instead of shomes. Correct either way, true. He is pretty shameless. Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. Wait, didn't he say that earlier as well? Didn't he say that earlier? Where was it? It's time for the final chapter, and then you go in to be continued. It's time for the final chapter. Once again. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation. It seems to be fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. So then, let us begin our explanation of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Oh, have a good one, Lumen. See you in a bit. Lord Van Zieks? My lord? Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspels? Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Very well. Bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Okay, here we go. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Trevor is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Scythe. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present it's all we have to go on. Oh god. State your name and occupation for the court, please. Is she making in Herlock Sholmes waxwork? Interesting. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I am a waxwork artisan and the proprietress of the Madame Tuspels Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Oh, there are 2 of them in the world. Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face? She's sick of him not standing still, so she's just gonna make him a proper wax model. Yeah, makes sense. A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped. A waxwork model kidnapped? Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim. At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman. But of course, I know him well. He is part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see now the remasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock. This is absurd. Pardon? Don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath the mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed. The man's identity was never made public, after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There's no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information. Quel dommage. It would seem you are unaware of the Dispel's principles. That they always make the waxwork right after execution. But it was a closely guarded secret, so the only way she could have done it is by digging up the corpse. Right? Okay, I shouldn't interrupt too much with thoughts. What principles? The family Dispels has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voilà, our principles. Et voilà. There's a well-known legend about the Dispels waxworks from the times of the French Revolution. A member of the Dispels family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Dispels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects. Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask? Oui, the true visage of the killer is there. This is ludicrous. It's out of the question. The professors spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tuspel's special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. With that in mind, reminded that Tuspel is only 26, so she was 16 at the time of the professor's death. Yeah. But I guess she's grown up with that idea of like, oh yeah, after execution, let's just make a statue. Make a waxwork. Interesting. The killer emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come. I think, madame, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation. With pleasure. Okay. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance with Dispel's family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. Okay. Interesting. The gravedigger. The man sanctioned this. Oui, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do? So you truly saw it. Face of that monster. Naturally, I was aware at the time that this identity was a secret. But the spells would not be the spells if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures. Artistic integrity at all costs, yeah. I don't believe this. I myself have seen this special exhibit at your museum, madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. Ooh, that's gonna be important. Mr. Drebber's dreadful. Ah. Asman? What the? Asman's signature. Why is that there? Huh. But that basically links... Okay, I'll have to read it in a second after, like, inspect it further. The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it. Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words. The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I've reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? That is correct. The professor you see before you here. Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. Yeah, just a second. Let me look at this. Man rises from the grave. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night to local cemetery. At Lowgate Cemetery, just behind the prison, on the night of that foul demon's execution, a newly interred professor forced off his grave cover as he clawed free of the earth. The young man who witnessed the scene, I can't read with the magnifying glass, was on the verge of raising a shriek when in the next second a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. The youth then finally released the scream he has been holding and ran for his life. What? The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. I'm guessing we'll hear more of that later. But that's the camera as well, yeah. And if that's the actual camera then that we have... Mad sheep rampage. Oh my god. Unexplained phenomenon grips Oxfordshire region. Locals reported a most remarkable circumstance in which folded sheep were seized with a sudden fright and leapt away from fields and pens. Not even... Oh, the sheep were just running amok. That's the important one in this case, surely. Who cares about the man rising from the grave? The sheep are revolting, rampaging. Charles Darwin, the Great Stink. After a great many years, Parliament has at long last resolved to relieve the citizens of London of the horrifying stench that carries on the slightest breeze and lingers in the nostrils of every man, woman and child. A grout sewer system is to be built underfoot that will divert fecal matter. Yeah, okay. That's good. That's good. Built the sewer system. Yeah, that... So did Asman... I wonder if Asman either created the drawing or wrote the article. Either way, it's related. This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Scythe, and there has to be some reason for that which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were on this crime together. The stories in the newspapers in this game are all real events. I can imagine, yeah. They just didn't all take place at the same time like the game says. Yeah, they just took a bunch of articles that are around about during that time and then just put them in the newspaper to make it look real. Which is fair. I like that, the extra detail. Okay, it's based on a rumor that shocked society in London. And that rumor would be a 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget. I know just what you're talking about, I think. Of course, it couldn't be anything else. Yes, that story will never disappear. The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead, that is the central attraction of my house of horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison, in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him, but an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life. The corpse climbed out of his own grave? And then somebody shot him. Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor, perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital. But was it just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it? Oui, the special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madame, might I say something? Please go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often rumors contain elements of the truth. I see that people from the East can be just as astute as people from Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? It is not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry? 10 years ago, I was there, in Lowgate Cemetery, after the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging. I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead. I see. It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate. Which is good, because he was a mass murderer. I'm going to go to the bathroom for a bit. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Took a painkiller as well for my headache. Hopefully that helps a bit.
Hold it!
Is it true that of every waxwork in your museum then? It is. Assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know. What sort of letters? When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me, comme ça. No. My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals a symbol of status even. Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax. They are hardened, that's for sure. It's thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the Professor. Whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse. There are no exceptions to the principles of the spells. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger.
Hold it!
Surely that's illegal, isn't it? And it would seem the proprietors of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record this history. It is the raison d'etre of the Spells Museum. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the Professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The Professor's identity is a national secret. I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madame. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? So 10 years ago, on the night of the Professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse. Oui, exactement. Okay. I hid myself until he gave me a signal.
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be. I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It is because of rigor mortis. Rigor mortis? It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one. As the mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death and it starts in the jaw. I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open and it's very difficult to do my work. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. Sure, it's significant. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course, I do not mind at all. Can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. This is no time for jokes, Mrs. Hato. Madame, kindly amend your testimony as discussed. Yes, sir. It took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis, okay? As dawn approached, I was very worried that it could be discovered. You say that dawn was approaching? What was the time of day then, approximately? Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible. The execution took place on the 17th of June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year. Indeed it did. First light would have been around 4:40 in the morning. That really is early. The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in half an hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. Is it me, or does the Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too? You certainly appear to go to the extraordinary lengths for your work, madame. I wonder, is what you just said significant? Sure. There's details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture. Could you include them? Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? It's not quite what I meant by significant. Okay. Let me see, because the... At midnight. What? Took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. I don't... Like, if it was at midnight, the hanging. And she finished. Hurried to finish my work in a half hour before sunrise. If it's 4:40 that they said sunrise is, the half hour before, but then rigor mortis would have already set in, right? Am I crazy? Newman, welcome back. I want to present this because I'm...
Objection!
No, it's wrong. It's wrong. Okay. The heck? Maybe this then. Maybe on this one? There's something off here.
Objection!
Madame Dispels, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and the particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. Quoi? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Dispels was creating her wax impression just before dawn, and at that time rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, Madame? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. The man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Sai's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. No. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in. Oui, yes, you're right. The chin would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible. Order. Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of the staff at Berkeley Prison where the execution took place. The heck. Extraordinary. Not in my day. My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question. He did. Of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no... Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link. That he did actually get shot. That he rose from the grave, got shot, and then actually died. Between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Counsel, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened. Newspaper article?
Take that!
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now. Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool, that's simply a rumor, published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes indeed. Marie, the young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. In any case, this was 10 years ago now, so there would surely be no help in finding him. On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. What? Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place? Well, it says in the newspaper. Have you not read it? I just told you it's in the newspaper. Did you not read it? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here. Yeah. Who is the alleged witness? Like, seriously. Yeah.
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber? The previous witness? The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork. Yeah, like the judge already said as well that he had seen the exhibit. How did he forget that the witness that was literally just here is like a big part of the exhibit? I guess he didn't see the face very well, but still. Recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. He doesn't need to know anything, for just like me, he doesn't know how to read. Yeah. Got food? Oh, nice. Nice, Newman. I hope it's very good. Order, order. Surely not, counsel. Drebber was there, in Lowgate Cemetery. What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tuspels doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, madame. To your situation as well, in fact. And what situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. No, but that would mean... Madame Tuspels. It would appear you know the name, Enoch Drebber. Oui, yes, I know it. But from long ago, in the past. What? Oh my. Good gracious. Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes. Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. Wait, but it's... apart from in one newspaper, yeah, because this one clearly states his name, right? Yeah, Mr. Enoch Drebber, here. It says right there. Drebber. Apart from one newspaper. The Daily Circus. Is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown the court, yeah. You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article? Goodness me, yeah, there it is. Wait, it was presented earlier as evidence, Judge. You accepted it as evidence, but you didn't even read it? What the heck? Don't just accept things as evidence without looking at it. Silly judge. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors. whether it was truth or not. I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt the waxwork of the man, did you? Exactement. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. Okay, £5, not a bad deal. Oh, okay. Very quiet all of a sudden. So 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asmund, but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Scythe would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor, is that what you're saying? Dr. Scythe put a name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. Ugh. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. But according to the missive I received this morning to the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case? She told us so herself, didn't she? Yep. The Stronger has forbidden it. But are we gonna listen to that? Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago, and surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zieks. Yeah, like, Van Zieks, considering how related he is to that case, he's just gonna be like, screw the rules, call her to the stand. I wanna know. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. But Lord Van Zieks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes. Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together. Order, order. Very well. I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect, addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. I like that she, like, 10 minutes ago was like, I'm not gonna testify, they won't call me as a witness because they forbade it. And now she's gonna get a subpoena addressed to her being like, oh fuck, wait, no. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. She will not like this, that's for sure. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away, I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. Government secrets, oh yeah. Let's go. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zieks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to the newspaper reports from the time on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court, tell everybody the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. He was a student who saw it. You can see the resemblance, actually, can't you? The man in Madame Tuspel's, I see. I mean, surely he's not going to claim that's what he really saw, even after all these years, especially after all these years. A bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. Ka. What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now, here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. In a court of law, too. Very well, then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. Okay. So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, of course, as you wish. Here we go. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Okay, sure. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. What does that have to do with anything? Also, no you didn't. You still did a lot of science. Wait a minute, you're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now. Of course, you'd have to have a screw loose if you believe the corpse could come back from the dead. But, so you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly, yes. Ah. If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebin and Dr. Sides would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument. He only does cons with his scientific knowledge now, yeah. Show me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you were one of those so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name, the Repurposers. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah, yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Okay, so Asmund was the reporter, you say. Interesting. So that links them too. Curious. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish, very foolish. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now. At once. Okay. I'm gonna have to take this apart.
Hold it!
By moonlighting you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that. The lantern and spade. Who on earth would want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital. A hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with a hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyards at night, spade in hand. You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. Of course, nice pun. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. Professor Herbrain said exactly the same. I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you've revealed his abhorrent behavior. Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day.
Hold it!
Strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. but they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was nearly arrested myself. So you went to the papers instead. I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story, and it spread like the plague through the capital as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night. And from your description, he drew this illustration? Precisely. That is how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate then? Well...
Hold it!
Okay. Never saw the professor. What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, though it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night, and as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. Do I have evidence that he actually... I don't think so, right? I don't think I actually have evidence for this. Not that I can think of, at least. Unless the cameras... I don't know. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. Okay, we'll have to come back to that.
Hold it!
That young woman being Madame Tussauds, of course. Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article, and comme ça I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas? Oh. Oh, something else. Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madam? Ah, the camera, yep. His camera. Ah. Oh, yes. I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. Why? You took a camera with you, sir. To what end? To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. Fair. I see. But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is a Dispel's way. It would seem, then, that this is the very camera Mr. Dravert took with him to Logate Cemetery on the night in question. Okay. Enemy.
Hold it!
Press this as well. This article, you mean? Somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let slip that night after night I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Mon Dieu, I had no idea. And having been run out of university, found you employment in a somewhat specialist trade. You combined your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before seen technology. And you used those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. Okay. What's Dravert up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recount his claim? Because circumstances, blah blah blah. What circumstances? If he admits, then it will expose a secret, yeah. Of course he's not gonna tell us the truth right now, because if he does, then it would make it easier for us to link it to this crime and make him guilty. So my head is not doing great. At least painkillers are helping a little bit, I think. Okay, so I just saved, didn't I? Okay. I guess we'll present.
Objection!
No, that doesn't work. Okay. Okay. The camera is significant, though.
Objection!
No, okay. I have no clue what to do with this at the moment. Let me just reload. There's something I have to... I never actually saw the professor at all. I mean... How would I... How would I disprove that? Because when I pressed it, they were like, oh, you have to provide evidence for this, but... In the article he claims he did, but that doesn't... I don't know. I'm actually confused here. Moonlighting. Illustration was based on what I witnessed. Never actually saw the professor. I'm capable of my dream of becoming a scientist. Which is not true. But this is also not true, but I don't have any evidence to really back that up. Or maybe I do, but I don't know what evidence. How would I know? Do I just...
Objection!
Okay, I just present the article, okay? That works. Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Hmm? Oh dear. We seem to be at odds. But I was there and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the closed court ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison warders were to see the man's face, but obviously the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. Rude. I didn't actually link that together, really. But that's the only thing I could think of that would make sense. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in the illustration. Order, order. Well, Mr. Drebber. Oh? It's a vile scene, isn't it? You look closely? And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, of course. Only too happy to oblige. He's still not going to concede the point, apparently. What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work. What do you mean?
Hold it!
A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. But that's the terrifying side I actually saw, you see. Claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Really? I don't know about that. It's ironic that he got discredited and had his life ruined, and now he's discrediting himself to save his life. Yeah. What is... Of course they wouldn't wear metal masks. Right? Clearly the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
But there's more to this story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. He's grasping at straws, yeah. We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them. If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Ah, yes, well...
Strange.
Oh, I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter.
Excuse me!
Madame Dispels, don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Oh la la, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drabber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Drabber could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madame, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot. Stop. You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Have a care, Trevor. That's no way to speak to a lady. Brr. Please, Madame Dispels, carry on. Of course. I don't think she's afraid of him. According to what Monsieur Drabber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that spattered over you when he was shot. Enough! Shut up, woman. You're making all this up. That will do. No, she's the most honest person here. Like, she's been the one that's actually been like, no, it's actually this way. Constantly telling the truth about literally everything. It's nice to have someone actually telling it how it is, you know? Mr. Drabber. She's such a helpful witness, yeah. Yes. You refute the account just given by Madame Dispels. I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this. Very well. Okay. Well. Oh, I didn't mean to press. I meant to present evidence, but I guess we press first. Yet Madame Tuspels has testified that you told her about these details. Not true, I said nothing of the sort. 10 years have passed. Without material evidence to the contrary, you have no grounds on which to question the witness's word. What exactly did Mr. Drebber say about the blood that apparently spattered on him? Alora, this is what he told me. All of a sudden, he heard a very loud gunshot from behind his back. The bullet hit the figure who was emerging from the tomb in the middle of the chest in his heart. She has very good memory. One dreadful sight after another. And since Monsieur Drebber was at the time facing towards the condemned man, the blood sprayed from the wound and spattered on his body. That is what he told me. So not an experience you would ever forget, is it? Precisely, and I didn't forget it, because as I've already said, it never happened in the first place. It's clearly lying. I do have evidence. I do have evidence. Camera time.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that is the camera from that fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward on the end of some bellows. Combat, hello. What do you mean, Medelli butt? How dare you? How are you doing? Like this.
Hold it!
What's that? There's just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. Ah, that's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord, it would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. You're good, nice. I'm glad to hear it. Achy as hell. No, it happens. How's it here? I'm doing alright. I have a headache, so I'm trying to work my way through it. But it's going pretty well. Hopefully this case will end in... Well, after this case ends, I'll probably call it because I need some rest. But I didn't want to not stream because it wasn't that bad, right? And I want to see more of this game, so I just want to pull through for now. I propose that Madame Tuspel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, and that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. Ah. There's still a fair bit more to go, including post-case stuff. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. We'll see how long it goes on. If it really goes on too far, then I might call it early. But we'll see. We'll see. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would you want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose then? Who could benefit? Mr. Drebber is obviously lying, in order to protect somebody. My goodness, he's shielding someone. Yes, my lord, and clearly. It's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Well, Counsel, who is it then? Who's the witness? Well, probably her. Like, who else, right?
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe? Whatever do you mean? Imagine if the convict who had been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor, that would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot be come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Ace.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that were really true, Counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime. Combat, congrats on the 3-steam streak. You mean... I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asmund with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. There he goes, leg on the desk. Lord Van Zieks? Pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice and the whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me. It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? God. Considered what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Quite. Hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. To rely on some staged deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose. And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asmund at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no? There is the contract, that's very true. But the motive isn't the money, right? It's because Asmund was the author of the article, I imagine. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme, especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. But why? Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? Oh, there goes the chalice. How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. Alright. I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Okay. Interesting that it says that. Yes, my lord. I'm guessing it's the article, right?
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That drivel should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing. Yes, on its own it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asman dead. What other evidence? Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. Cross-reference... I mean the contract.
Take that!
Because of the signature. It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really? And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Asman. Seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these 2 pieces of evidence have in common. It's the signature...
Take that!
Signature... What these 2 pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature? The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? Ah! As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about this ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. Look closely, it's like super obvious, but sure. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, I mean, it's honestly, what I found the most impressive is that his signature in 10 years looks exactly the same. Like that's impeccable, honestly. That he can do the same signature 10 years later, exact same. It's very impressive. You'd be surprised what other players miss. Yeah, I mean, it's easily missable. But I had my... So the reason I paid attention to it is because I knew that the signatures at the bottom of the contract were significant. And once I saw the newspaper article and saw the signature again, I was like, oh, I recognize that. But if you haven't like paid attention to the signatures, I was impressed you spotted the signature in the newspaper right away. Yeah, I mean, it's because I was looking, like, I mean, she's showing. So I was looking here, Mr. Drebber's dreadful encounter, and then my eyes shot up here, right? Which I think is like the idea that you just go from like here to there, but maybe not, I don't know. That's what happened at least. And because I had seen the signature before, I instantly recognized it as well, because it hadn't been that long ago. So I was like, wait a minute. Mad Sheep Rampage? Yeah, I talked about that already. Combat. I already talked about that earlier. But the sheep are not important in this case, okay? Don't worry about the sheep. Let me see now. Good lord. Yes, they're identical. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asmund. Rah! Oh. He slumps.
Objection!
But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asmund? Well, if you think back, you will remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. It's quite beyond the pale. You would divine retribution. What was that? Invite divine retribution. I think I've suffered retribution enough. Yeah, the Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it to print. Caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. Yeah, so because of revenge, I guess, in a way. Why 10 years later, I'm not sure, but... it is a reason. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, a single newspaper article changed your entire life. So Mr. Asmund used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asmund managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. Wait, if you knew that, why didn't you link it earlier, Franzieks? Or did he want me to figure it out? So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article written by Mr. Asmund. Enough! Oh. Stop this endless drivel about my life. What? Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber. Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other after all. Good gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly revenge. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me. Oh, that's a lie.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you. Wait, what did he say? I don't know you from Adam. If you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave the university because I lacked talent?
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Alina, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everyone. Hey, Woodwoods. Objection indeed. Let me give you a shout out. I don't think Aura is still here, so I'll do it myself. Oh, you were just chatting? Nice, nice. I hope it went well, the stream. I'm sure it did. Combat, welcome. We're trying to uncover a mystery. We're doing a co-working stream. Oh, nice. Having a productive time. That's good. Being productive is nice, especially if it feels doubly productive because you're also streaming it. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There's no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious. Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. Just chatting is a scary category. It is. It is. I don't want to be in just chatting for very long generally, because there's a lot of weird people around in that category. There's also a lot of lovely people, but it's a weird one. You want a co-working category or productive? Yeah, that would be nice. It would be very nice. The truth is... Finally, he's going to fold. Is he though? I don't know, he's been holding it this long. Nope. Oh. Who's saying hold it? It's her? Wait, is Scythe going to fold? Or is she going to defend it? I'm not sure. There were some weirdos in the beginning. Yeah. It always sucks, because it brings down the mood a bit. But at least she managed to get through it. And be productive still, I hope. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim. On the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. I guess she's done with it. No. Good lord. Government secrets! Yay! Here we go. You were swinging some banhammers? Nice. Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman? All those desperate lies and how Scythe is just snitching, yeah. It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury it deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. Snack time. Enjoy snack time, Alina. And thank you again for the raid. Have a wonderful day. And a good lurk. And then before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Well, GG, I guess. What now? Because that's basically admitting defeat, right? Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. I might as well come out with it, I guess. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. He's not gonna fold, is he? Oh no. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? Nope. I admit nothing. At all. What? Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. No. I mean, there is. But not easily. Order, order. Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secrets, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zieks. Yes. I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. I've heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. Oh. This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain. Very true, that slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends? Your Eepering? Are you back, May? Did you do EP2? No, gross. Did you eat well, May? Eepering? As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. You mean At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? None, my lord. Does Van Zieks have literally any other friends? I mean, not that I know of, I guess. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence. Yeah, but it's not over, though. I mean, technically we're done, but what about the rest? Without further ado then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss. I don't know, this doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now? Further testimony. Always more. I like that we've won and we're like, no. We're not done yet. We're not done yet, okay? I will say when it's over, okay? The defense objects to this trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon? We demand one final testimony. What? You realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume. What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Sam, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. How was it? Did you play Pokemons? You definitely can't watch this at high and by. Yeah, have a good one then, Sam. It is very spoilery at the moment. There's like big plot twists and stuff happening, so I completely understand. Thank you for the raid though. I hope your stream was good. What are we playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. But we're not in our right mind, Van Zieks. Don't you know this by now? Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth. The whole truth. And the way to bring it all out into the open. Right. Yes, in hindsight. Ah yes, one word of warning before you go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand, do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Not in his right mind, no self-respect, Ryu is unstoppable in court yet. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. I'm here in court to advocate for my client and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. Huh. In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed, so stop wasting everyone's time. Ah. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Oh, there goes the wine bottle, okay. Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle, I slipped. Right. Oh, you slipped. Oops, I accidentally grabbed my bottle, and oops, I accidentally threw it. What is your objection, Lord Van Zieks? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid. If there is more to this case than has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. You... what? Lord Van Zieks. This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Nice, Van Zieks. High five. We got this. Handshake, you know. Besides, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber. Very well. Six is like, it's clear you know nearly nothing about being a lawyer, but yeah, let's do this. Well, he also wants the truth, right? That's one thing we learned about Van Zieks, is that he will stop at nothing to get to the truth. And we also want that, so we work well together because of that. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. Yeah, but the thing, so what bothers me, right? If all what they said is the truth about the murder, then who stabbed him? Right? Because she says that she only found the note in the crystal tower on the wax sculpture. But then that doesn't make any sense. Like, if they then come back and then stab him. I guess they implicate the professor, but then the blood splatter wouldn't be that, right? It wouldn't be dripping down, because he's laying down right now. It wouldn't, like, it goes like this. Why would it do that if there's no gravitational force to pull the blood down? But what's I'm going too far again. It's fine. Stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception. So it seems it's all meticulously prepared. They did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the crystal tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. But it must have been her that stabbed the victim, right? But then the problem becomes when. Well, at least I believe the testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say. I disagree. Just look at that expression, yeah. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. The whole brand new investigation team are in on it. Yeah, that's not good, is it? It's not a good thing. So, what is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent? What's with all the dog puns? Is that done on purpose? Do they do it on purpose? I hope not. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. I almost feel like they did that on purpose in all of the dialogue. They tried to work in the word dog as many times as possible. Actually, we'll just press everything.
Hold it!
Is that a dog here? No, there's no dogs barking, Woodward, okay? There's no dogs. From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea of who was behind it? There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I'd never heard of this engineer, so no, I had no idea. Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it? I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. But the horse is bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this. Whoops. Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zieks. I'm well aware of that. As I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model, then. Where, then, was the victim's body?
Hold it!
Beneath the experimentation stage. Sure you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick, then? It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower, and the waxwork, I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time. And why were you given such directions? Presumably so it could be recovered by Trevor and returned to Madame Tussauds. I see. And then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage. Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail.
Hold it!
And when you say arranged, I presume you mean with this. Yes, stabbing. Stabbers. Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Asman. So you mean that was your doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor? No? I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. Interesting, okay. My word. I don't know if I believe that. What is it, Mrs. Otto? Something about this Dr. Scythe's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all. Yeah, mine too. Dr. Scythe. There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh? Which part? No, what she did. I think. How you stabbed Mr. Asman in the chest, that part. Fine, if that's what you want, but there's really no need to point. The prosecution concurs. Very well, you will supplement your testimony now. If you wish, my lord. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest. And we press it just to see what happens. So it was you who stabbed the Asman with this? Yes, far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required. What a welcome change. The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I'd been given. As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. Dialogue for the other option doesn't have that funny bit about pointing. Nice. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body. There was no need to bat my eyelids. Of course. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you? If you wish. Okay, no. I think I just want to... This might be a bit early, but I want to know for sure. I'm pretty sure. Oh, it was the earliest photograph. Why did I go the other way? I already pointed it out. Might as well go home. Go home. Go all in. Go home. Yes. God. What am I doing sometimes? I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point. Yoda, good afternoon. I hope you're doing well. It seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph. Yeah, I've been paying a lot of attention to... And it's only because I looked at the photograph and then thought about like how she would have done it before everything actually happened, and I was like, wait a minute, but if she stabbed him when he was laying down, then why would the blood be dripping? So then because that's already in my head, and then her actual testimony comes around, and I'm like, well, but that doesn't make any sense, so I'll just press it on that. So, but a lot of the time I might get tripped up on those as well if I don't actually have it in my brain at the time already. We chose the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death. The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn. Yes, we have already considered it, that's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. Where should we see the alleged discrepancy? Stabbing. Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downwards direction towards the man's feet. And why is that significant, Counsel? If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Ah, of course. No, that's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which he stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downward from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. My heart! I'm dying! Well, not quite that bad, I don't think, but I knew it, I was right. And I've identified the contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Scythe. You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant, and you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie, because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that's the case, what is it, man? Tell us. Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. What part is the lie? The stabbing? The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards, as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible. The man was dead, remember? No. That is the misapprehension. He was not dead yet. She murdered him. She did it. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. But Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Stabbers. Ah. Oh. Ah. Mr. Odie Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain. Nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Ah! All the screams. Order, order. Can this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him. You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end, before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now, you're making all this up. As if I would do something like that.
Objection!
Oh? I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Huh, logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? Tch, I'd have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy? You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman? Asman was involved in a number of criminal activities, from corruption to theft to murder. But there's no known connection to Dr. Scythe there. I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. But there's still something in the back of my mind. I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report, but murdering someone for no reason is a very different story. No, when you questioned what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. What? What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once. We saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. The scalpel thing? Scalpels? Is this where we're going with this? What does that have to do with it, though? I mean, I found it strange, but... I mean, it's not the mask, it's not the screwdriver, so it has to be the scalpels. Is it like a code or something? Was she indebted to him or something? I don't know. Either way, it's the scalpels, because it can't be the other two. It's a scalpel, or rather, scalpels. Did you say scalpels? It would appear that word had struck a chord, Doctor. You... come on, out with it. It was yesterday, when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big thick book here. It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh, what is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment that supplies on a monthly basis, but one entry seems rather strange. They're buying 500 scalpels every month. 500 scalpels a month. At first I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Asman's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's accounts to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Scythe's darkest secret that he could use, or would use, to rack money from her for the next decade. Darkest secret? Good lord, you mean... I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might, to silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. You'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. Well, got him. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Sykes will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done and tell the court the truth about what happened. Most reserved breakdown award goes to Dr. Sykes. Yeah, it wasn't too bad, was it? 10 years ago, you told the truth and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now, however. This is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years. Super high voltage, instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know? They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide by their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Drebber. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim. Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Asman's article had deprived you of 10 years later, or 10 years earlier rather. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asman, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. We still don't know who shot the professor though, right? We know that he got shot after rising from the cemetery, but who shot him? Maybe that will be revealed in a bit. The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Sykes, to be precise. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asman turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who'd handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him, for revenge. and have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer. Your actions against those who'd ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis, but you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded as a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this, your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. Well, silence, I guess. Lord Van Zieks, what of Dr. Seth? An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber. A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her professions over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain... yes? It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt. This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. This dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy, I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool. Professor. I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research, misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I. No, Professor, that's not true. What? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Lord Van Zieks. Aww. And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices. Oh. Thank you, Baroque. Aww. Van Zieks can be so nice at times. Very few times, but he can be nice. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. It's the court expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections. None from me, my lord. Certainly not. This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever. Huh? What's that? He's done, is he? It's all over? I don't know what's become of the yacht these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty. Yay! He did it! Fireworks! Go! Pew pew pew! Court is adjourned. Oh no, fire started. No! The court burns down. It's over. That was some trial. Yeah, it was super long, holy shit. So long. But it's not over yet. I mean, the trial is over, but the case isn't yet. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is, it is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain. Mr. Naruhodo. Miss Sato, I am truly, truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? I'm just glad it's all been cleared up, that you realize you were caught up in a bad situation. Ah, right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you. Every penny. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so... We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Wait, but we need food though. Trolls. Hugs to you as well, as always. Oh dear. What can I do? Aha! How about this? As a memento, the paper about my hypothesis is inside. Jaeger, thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. Well, just as a memento then. Thank you. I've been wondering, Professor, what are you going to do now? Charles, thank you for the hydrate as well. Oh my, yes, what am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the Great Exhibition whilst I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea. I can't allow that. Oh, Zeeks. Lord Van Zeeks, what are you doing in here? Baroque. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. You're one of the few true friends I have. Aww. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense. Sorry? Or the defense? Oh? Oh? Was that a compliment, Van Zeeks? Was that Van Zeeks? What was that? Did I hear that correctly? I always knew that you had my best interest at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. But no, hold on a minute, Baroque. What about the Great Exhibition? This is a chance in a lifetime for... No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Baroque. Lord Van Zeeks. What's all this about? A necessary precaution. Yes, I think I understand. You do? Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zieks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. That's right. I remember being surprised at the time and thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor. Okay, was trying to find the source of a horrid eggy smell, thinking you were crazy or there was a grass leak, but the farmer took the silage through town due to the road closure, so it was just that. Oh no. Oh, yeah, it's good that it's not a leak, but yeah, I can imagine that smells real bad. You mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those in the Reaper's sights meet their end days, or sometimes months, after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now. But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent. True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. Aww. Baroque. Like the moustache Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it? Apparently not, no. Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zieks? I mean, he already purchased the tickets. I'm assuming he did that before the trial even ended. Like, he knew. He knew he would be acquitted. What a Chad. Honestly. In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless, and yet... sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Ah, yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain. Well, once the dust is settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. Okay. Now, my Nipponese friend. Yes? I thought you'd gone too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? Oh? You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Okay. Oh, that's curious. Okay. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. What does he want to talk about? Is it Kazuma? Something else? The Enigma, Baroque Van Zieks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes. You want to give you a smooch? No, Footwit. Not the smooches. So, are you satisfied? You saved the guileless scientist from a great injustice. Yes, I think so. I'm relieved at least that the man's innocence could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. Okay, yeah, we're starting with that. He has been court stalking Ryu, that's true. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagined you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? The professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. Oh, if it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father. Of course. I remember Dr. Mikotoba well. I had no idea. I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese. So, you've actually met my father? He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even. Just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact. Before the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight? Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our 2 nations could very well have ended up in war. What? A war? Between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh my... You mean to say the professor was...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time. Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind that the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Oh
Wait-
my god.
Wait a minute. That face.
Did Cesaro knows him?
I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Oh. Oh my god. You okay there? Okay. Dressed nicely.
Father.
Oh. Oh. Okay, yeah, that's not what I expected the revelation to be. So the reasoning, that's the actual twist, yeah. So the reasoning he came, or the reason he came to the United Kingdom and his actual, the task he wanted to complete, or the thing he wanted to do. Oh god, okay, yep. So it was his dad all along. Jeez.
What? Father?
Take it off.
Kazuma!
Yep. I mean, we knew, but
My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned. As he stood there before me,
his hair hasn't changed at all.
Ryunosuke.
Doesn't have the headband though. The gravity-defying headband.
hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too. For taking good care of that in my absence.
I can now understand why this feels like a ending to this game, right? But it's not the ending. We know there's 2 more cases.
Oh,
The sword.
Karuma. The great blade of the Asogi clan. Passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. He couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared.
Does he take the headband as well?
With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
It was supposed to be a trilogy, allegedly. Some people speculate it was supposed to be the final case of the second game. That would make sense.
I've made it. At last. Father.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it, but I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Um, Um, but why? The poor waxwork did nothing.
Kazuma-sama.
No, no, they're gonna have to fix that. Damn it. Madame Spells is gonna be so mad.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about, but now is not the time.
Exhibit was gonna have to close anyway, I guess.
I'll be seeing you.
I mean, but the secret is out though, isn't it? Couldn't the exhibit still... I mean, we know it was true as well. We proved that the exhibit was actually a true scene that happened. Wouldn't that make it more interesting?
All Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
I mean, we'll see him again. He'll be back. It's fine. So he's the living afterimage of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Sogi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there, some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zieks' apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia too. The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. Oh. Vanished into thin air. 10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me. Oh my god. So yeah, that's why her dad would know. Strongheart, we do a little trolling. I don't know if it was trolling. It was the first time I'd ever seen him. Poor Suzaru-san. All this is tied up with painful memories for her too. She's never talked about this with me before though. It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son, a boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time, as if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
Well, end. Well, I guess we made it through. Well, now we have Twisted Karma and his last bow. Don't think I can start it right now. I'm too tired and my headache is still going. We can start it next time. Now it gets crazier and crazier, I can imagine. I can imagine. Wait. Oh, there's exit game. Like, where's the exit button? There it is. It was good though. Let me see. Oh, Bree is live. I guess I can raid Bree. I don't raid him too often. Okay, he's playing some Kerbal Space Program 2, so this should be fun. Space exploration. And probably crashing into things or something, I don't know. That game is odd. But thank you everyone for watching. It was a long one. I'm gonna get some rest and some food and stuff, and I'll be back on Saturday with Horizon Zero Dawn. Hopefully I'll see you then. Everyone also stay safe, stay cozy, get some water, stay hydrated. Maybe food as well. And yeah, go say hi to Bree for me. Send all the love over there. It should be really good. Thank you for the hydrate, Woodwood. I will do it in a second. Yeah, hopefully until next weekend. Until the weekend, I guess. Otherwise, I'll see you some other time. Have a good one. And until next time. Bye bye. Bye bye bye.